Hello and welcome everyone. I am Shuk Parmar, your host for today's webinar. My team and I are here to make sure you have a seamless and engaging experience. If you have any questions or need assistance, feel free to use the chat window. We are here to help. The topic for today is generative AI for end users. This is Advantage India Skilling, an AI NSI initiative by Microsoft aimed at empowering the future with AI skills at scale. It highlights key focus areas such as data and AI, Office 365 Copilot, GitHub Copilot, prompt engineering, and security. The initiative emphasizes the role of AI in skill development and digital transformation. Anyone who is interested to join these sessions, please connect with us. Anyone who wants to organize these exclusive sessions in your organization or college, please do let us know as these sessions are absolutely free. Today's event is sponsored by Synergetics and Microsoft. Before we dive into today's session, let me take a moment to introduce Synergetics. Synergetics is a leading edge learning solutions provider in India, offering specialized training and consulting services. We empower businesses and professionals to thrive in today's fast evolving tech landscape by delivering transformative learning experiences. Our core focus is on enabling digital transformation through innovative skilling programs, advisory services, and end to end implementation support. From modernizing IT frameworks to mastering emerging technologies like AI, cloud computing, and DevOps, Synergetics is committed to equipping you with the tools and knowledge to succeed. These are the learning solutions which are offered by Synergetics. It is persona based onboarding, onboarding add on, certification add on, reskilling, emerging technology training, certification hackathon, cloud adoption, latest technology training, sales, pre sales training, practice playbook, and architecting. This is the Microsoft certification skilling journey. The journey begins with the fundamental certification, then progresses to advanced role based certifications, and finally to expert level certifications. It is my pleasure to introduce our speaker, Mr. Nabjyoti. He is a Microsoft certified trainer and currently working with Synergetics as AVP Technology. The agenda for this webinar is understanding the fundamentals and evolutions of generative AI, applications of generative AI, utilizing AI for generating text, images, and multimedia content, ChatGPT and Bing Chat, practical exercises on leveraging AI for drafting emails, summarizing documents, and generating creative content, ethical consideration and challenges, and at last, utilizing Copilot. You have to follow the code of conduct, which will create a respectful environment for all the participants. Please note, participants are not allowed to take screenshot or do screen recording of the presentation. Do follow us on our social media platform to get relevant updates on upcoming webinars, workshops, certification training we do. Thank you. Uh, we run communities on Meetup. This is the emerging technology community. Anyone who are eager to learn about technological knowledge can join this community on Meetup. We have multiple communities in Pune, Gujarat, Nagpur, and Indore. Those who are interested to join this community, please log in to Meetup app and gain your knowledge for free. Thank you so much for listening to me. Now we'll hand over the mic to our speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Asu, for quick introductions and setting the context for today's training. It would be a quick training, so let me pull my PPT. Just a minute. All right, so hope you can see everyone my screen and I'm audible to all of you. We had a sessions last two, the 4 to 6, that was for leader. If you have attended that previous session, so the more or less this session would be the same, but it would be more aligned with the end user. So who typically uh, try and figure out how the AI can be helpful into their day-to-day life without getting into the detail, without getting into the actual developments of the AI system or an application. So that is the context of this particular session. And how this session is being planned out. This is an agenda you can see, right? So we'll start with the introductions to the generative AI, then we'll get into generative AI model. Then we'll talk about the use cases and the demos. And quickly we'll talk about bit of responsible AI and ethical use. So how ethically we need to align with the AI before we use in a day-to-day life. So the first thing first, so what is artificial intelligence? And this would be a quick session. So if you have any questions in between, so please feel free to ask by typing your questions into a team chat. I hope everyone have accessible access to the team chat, because your mic would be muted throughout the sessions, but your question would be answered. So if you have any question, feel free to drop your message through the team chat. I'll be happy to answer to your questions. Okay, so getting back and let's get started. So what is artificial intelligence? So we all of us know the artificial intelligence is kind of system or an application through which we can do the human task. Meaning, maybe yesterday human was doing some task. Now today it can be done with the help of application and system. So in that case, we must understand how we can build that kind of system who can take away the human job, human task. Although we are not going to unbox or we are not going to deep dive what are the underlying technology, but few terminology that we need to understand while we will be getting into the field of artificial intelligence, like machine learning and deep learning. So machine learning and deep learning is two a very important subject under the artificial intelligence, because these two, the stream of artificial intelligence, allow us to train model, and model is the brain of the artificial intelligence. Now, how to build a model or how to train a model? So you need to understand the algorithms from the machine learning and deep learning. You need to understand different statistical models or maybe artificial neural network, but these are core concepts. So we are not here to discuss all of them, but yes, from the terminology point of view, that machine learning and deep learning is the two stream under the artificial intelligence through which we can create, we can train the brain for the artificial intelligence system. But since we use machine learning and deep learning, what kind of task this machine learning and deep learning can do without deploying human? So we are going to explore a few of them. Like today, the facial detections is being extensively used in public place, like Dizzy Yatra. Use your facial detections. You can get into your airport without carrying your identity card, without carrying your identification. So you just need to stand in front of the camera and your gate will open. This is driven by artificial intelligence by recognizing you, the you are the traveler. You have the boarding pass because you have already registered in this particular app before you walk into the airport. Right? So that is a practical implementation of artificial intelligence. And we can go on and on, like detecting object from an image or a videos, classifying the text from a particular paragraphs, analyzing the sentiment by reading a text, whether positive or negative or a neutral. We can go on and on. So these are the tasks typically the traditional artificial intelligence does. But today we are here to talk about a different type of artificial intelligence called generative AI. Generative AI is sitting on top of the traditional AI, what I said already. So generative AI model that we are going to see, because it is also driven by a set of model like your traditional AI. But these models are more robust than the traditional AI because this model not only going to do all kind of traditional activity that I talked about, beyond that, this model is also going to generate the new content. Content could be in a form of text, content could be in a form of image or a videos or a music or audios. So let us step back and try and understand a bit more on this, what I just talked about. So how the traditional model development done. So these are the tasks that I was referring to. You can analyze the sentiments by reading a text, like somebody is writing a review of a particular product. AI can read the review and say whether the review is negative or positive or neutral. If somebody is writing a negative reviews on what key point that person is emphasizing, that also can be retrieved by figuring out the entities of that particular reviews, like that detecting an object from a videos and images with the help of artificial intelligence, classifying the different type of entities from a given image can be done by artificial intelligence. But all of them, what we are talking about, is driven by the models. And this model is being trained on a particular data set. But what is happening today? Today, the things are different under the banner of generative AI. So rather than creating or training the model for every single task, we can create or train only one model that can be adaptive to the multiple tasks that we talked about in my previous deck. And not only that, this particular model under the banner of generative AI is so powerful and robust, it can also generate the content for us in a form of text code for the developer. Code means suppose you are a Python developers, you would like to generate a code for a particular problem statement. You just need to go and ask model. The model is going to generate the code for you. You can generate the videos, image, and the music. And these generated content would be always original because you can't find them in anywhere. This model always generate the original content. Every time you might go and ask the same questions, but you will get an original content every time. There may be a word or sentence would be different every time you go and see the response. And that is the beauty of this model, what we call them as a collectively called foundation model backed by the transformer architecture. And transformer is nothing but a neural network that is typically driven by the deep learning algorithms. So while we're training that particular models, This model can be trained on the huge corpus of data in any form of data, like text to image, image to speech, videos, audios, and everything can goes inside as a training data. And eventually we train a model, and subsequently you can implement those tasks using this model. So model is nothing but the brain of artificial intelligence. It depends how you train them, in what context that you train the model, what kind of inferences this particular model can do. Once the model is being published as an API that you can consume from your applications to do all kind of activities, what we are looking at. To extending these conversations to the next one, this is a special models under the banner of generative AI. This is called LLM, large language model. This is being extensively used in the conversations. You might have come across with something called chatbot. Today, one of the most popular artificial intelligence system that is built around every domain, every application. That you do not need a human to talk to your customers, talk to the end user. So your artificial intelligence act as a human to do the conversations with the customer and end user. Okay. So now this LLM, what we see at this moment, is being trained on the huge corpus of data, mainly the text. And when anybody is going to talk to this model, they can use a natural language, means the end user can use a natural language. What does this mean? NLP, natural language processing, it's all about doing the conversations with the kind of language that you use typically to do the conversations with our colleagues, with our friends. The similar kind of conversations we can have with the model. And it support multiple languages. In fact, you don't have to talk to the model with only English language. You can use the supported language by every LLM to bring the end user more closer to the artificial intelligence, that you can explain what you want. If you are the master of that particular language, you may not be master of all the language, but you can use a native language to explain what you want from the LLM. So it's take us more closer to the artificial intelligence by eliminating the barrier of English language while I'm communicating with large language model. It's very robust. And it is not only just writing or conversations, we can speak to this model also. This model understand. This model understand uh, the speech also, okay, in a form of voice. So you can start doing conversations with the LLM with your own context, using the natural language, bringing the human closer to the artificial intelligence that you will not be able to figure out when you do the conversations with the AI or LLM, that whether the human is talking to you or an LLM is talking to you. So these are powerful models in the field of generative AI today, which is being used extensively by today's modern applications to do the conversations with end user, whether it may be a customer support or whether it could be some kind of business applications in the bank and manufacturing or maybe retail. So everywhere the conversational AI is being extensively used. Now, quick look at of those model that we talked about, because this is the model we have been saying that this is the brain of the artificial intelligence that is being trained by using machine learning and deep learning. The LLM is a deep learning models. It is trained using the transformer neural network on the huge corpus of data of different forms. It could be a text, image, video, everything is being given to the model and ask model to learn from those data. And once the model has learned, so model got published and people like us, the end user, can consume the model and start using model to do the conversations with their own context. Just to get a fair ideas. So when we have been talking about the conversations, how we can initiate the conversations with the model by writing a prompt. This is the prompt that we would be writing. And this prompt goes to a model like GPT-4. I'm just bringing this type of a model, which is GPT-4, which is being trained at OpenAI. The full form of GPT is Generative Pre-trained Transformer, because this is driven by the transformer architecture, this model. There are a whole lot of models. It's not from the OpenAI only. The multiple vendor is going to give us this type of model. So we'll talk about that. But yes, if you say GPT-4 or GPT-4o or GPT-4o mini, so these are different models that we can use to generate the response by writing a prompt. So at this moment, the generating response is done the text. I'm giving a text and generating a text. But I can also generate the images here by writing a text. These models are called as a multi-model model because they understand the two type of data format. One, the image to be generated from a particular text. So you explain what kind of image that you are looking for, and DALL-E can do this job for you. DALL-E is again another model from the OpenAI, which is under the banner of the multi-model model, who understand not just text, they understand beyond the text like image also. So like this model, we have a tool that is called GitHub Copilot powered by generative AI model. It could be a GPT-4o or GPT-4 mini, so we can make use of one of this model, but this is a tool eventually that is being used by the developer to generate the code by writing a prompt. So here is the prompt. You write the prompts, you get the response like this. And it's not only just writing the code for the developer by using the generative AI model, it also explains what this code means for you. And you can definitely do multiple things, like if you want to write a documentations around the code, if you want to kind of go and write kind of test cases for this particular code. So everything is possible from the GitHub Copilot. So Copilot is a basically terminology that is being used to assist you the kind of job that you do. So you can take an AI as an assistant. You don't need a human assistant anymore. So AI become an assistant to you in a day-to-day job, whether you are a developer, whether you are a kind of um, the architect, or maybe the team lead, or maybe business development executive, or maybe business analyst, or you may come from an HR. So you can make use of those models for day-to-day job to generate the content. In fact, you must be using ChatGPT, one of the tools, most of the time to generate the content. But here we are looking at not by just going in the product from the OpenAI that just now I talked about. So we need to understand the ecosystem. the possibilities around this generative AI in today's context. So at least we need to understand the capability of those models, what we are discussing at this moment. So like image, like code, like text, we can generate the videos also by writing this kind of prompt. And the video generation is done by the model called SORA from the OpenAI. Okay, so it is all about the prompt that you have to write eventually what you want at the end of the day. So prompt is the key, means the input text is a key for the model. So eventually model is going to do for you, but you have to write the prompt. Right. So this is a kind of short video that is being generated by the model called SORA from the OpenAI. And this is the prompt to generate this particular video. So net, the content generations, what we have been discussing from the model is inevitable at this moment. Like, you just need to kind of figure out so how you can align what kind of content that you would be generating in your own context by using the models that I talked about. So for that, you need to know what kind of models would be appropriate for what kind of content that you would like to generate. We are going to look at the model catalog, but the model is being trained by these vendors. These are not the only vendors, right? From the open AI to the inflection AI that you can see on my screen. This is not only the list. So we can go on and on because, today the most of the startups or maybe most of the Fortune 500 company has started training their own LLMs and made them publicly available that customer like us, end user like us can consume the model without training them at your own place. Because training a model would be pretty expensive, right? So Microsoft or OpenAI's or maybe Anthropic's or NVIDIA's, DeepSeek. So these are the vendors who talks about extensively the generative AI and the resources and the model. I mean, like the model kind of the training they have done over a period of time. Because the training this kind of model won't be an easy task in the personal level because you need big infrastructure to train the model, like GPU based system that you require to train an LLM, and you have to have a huge corpus of data, and you need to have the expertise like data scientist and ML engineer to do this kind of job. From the end user point of view, we do not have to go and build the model. So the model that has come from those vendors, we just need to know how to consume and where to use this model. That's it at this moment. And every model that we go and use, consume, that we pay for that. Unlike there are few products like ChatGPT or some few products, the free products that you have available around us. But if you want to build your own system and put it in the production for your organizations, that you can go with the free model. So you have to buy the models eventually, or you have to kind of fine tune the existing models. You have to retrain those existing models rather than creating a new models with your own data, with your own domain. So in this course, I'll be getting into the Microsoft Cloud platforms. I will be walk you through with the list of model that is offered by Microsoft that I can consume one of the models to perform my day-to-day task. That is something what we are going to do practically in some time from now. So it is not possible to go after all the vendors, but the core concept of using the pre-trained model would be the same. Because if you go to the OpenAI also, you are going to get a list of pre-trained model. If you go to an Anthropic, you are going to get a list of pre-trained model. The question is that how am I going to consume those models? How am I going to use this model for my conversational AI that what we have been talking about? So moving from there, using generative AI in a daily task, as I said, text generations and writing assistant, generative AI help creating high quality text quickly. Suppose you want to launch a new product. The product could be a software or any kind of consumer product that you want to launch in the market. And you do not know how to create the marketing strategy, where to go, which channels to be approached, or if you get a platform, so how you can develop the marketing content. You have no clue about that particular product to do the marketing. So you can go to the generative AI and explain your need and ask to generate the content for the entire campaign. So it may be a complete audio visual with the text. You can create a complete marketing campaigns on a particular product and publish to a publish to a social media channels, maybe a Facebook or Instagram. Now, most of the times the generative AI is being used extensively for summarizing, like in a call center. So the discussions, the conversations between the call center executive and the customers can go for a long, but you can record that particular conversations. You can, through an AI, you can write into a script of text and give it to the AI to do the summaries. What need to be the conclusions of this entire conversations? Only the manager need to know that. So you can deploy an AI to do this system because it is not only a one conversation, that may be hundreds of conversations happening 24 by 7. So you have a system to do the summarize of the conversations and raise the critical points by doing the entire system automations. So this is being extensively used to do, for creating the summary. So you do not have time to go through the entire article. So what is the summary of an article, the technical articles, or maybe a sports articles or an arts articles? You do not know how to draft an email, right? So you do not know how to post a job descriptions as an HR professional. So this is all the task as an end user. You can take help from the model that we discuss, the LLM that we discuss, the foundation model that we discussed under the banner of generative AI ecosystem. We don't have to train the model. We just need to go after a model saying that, can I use these models? Yes, you can. And only you just need to start typing and start interacting with the model by writing prompt, as we discussed in my previous deck. And as I said, it is for the content creators. It is not every time a text. It could be kind of your art and image creations, video and animation generations, music and audio productions. Everywhere you can go and make use of the generative AI. So essentially what this particular generative AI is going to bring in to the table, it's all about enhancing the productivity of yours, because the most of the time in the past you had to do everything on your own. Now you are delegating to the AI. You don't have to do everything. You don't have to write the content on your own. You can always go back to the AI and ask what you want. So it will improve the productivities. You can basically focus on some other job rather than just focusing on creating content. As I said, it could be an automating the routine task, workflow optimizations, real-time language translations. I said before also kind of you can interact with system AI with your own languages, or you can use a virtual assistant like you can speak to the AI. You can give a command to the AI assistant to get your job done. So it is all about just to start with, just to figure it out, because we talk about different use cases at this moment, but eventually your productivity will go up by using AI in day-to-day lives. It doesn't matter what role that you play within an organization. For all of you, the AI can create differences. AI can bring the productivity to the table. That is for sure. Now, having said that, so we learn what is artificial intelligence, what artificial intelligence can do, and beyond the traditional artificial intelligence, we talk about generative AI, how the generative AI is different from the traditional AI. Generative AI is more robust because they are multitasking. They can do by a single model. But most importantly, the generative AI is capable of generating new content, the original content based on the prompt. And that's how we can map that generative AI model to our own day-to-day life, day-to-day activities that we do at workplace or at home, in the personal life or the office life, professional life. But until we go and see, because I talked about the vendors, I talk about the model, but where do I find them? I talk about the list of the vendors that we can go to those vendors, including OpenAI, Microsoft, and NVIDIA's and DeepSeek and all those Anthropic that we have come across from the list. But we are not here to go after all of them. So we'll be working with one platform, that is Microsoft platform, that is given to us with whole lot of models. I can select the models and I can consume the models with a ready-made UI as a playground, and I can start doing conversations with the model anytime from now. And the use cases already I talked about. It could be a very general use cases like content creations, data analysis and insight, code generations, what we talked about, personalized learning, decision making and strategic planning can be done with the help of generative AI model. But beyond that also, you do have all the industry's use cases. But this is high level because you need to develop the Gen AI system for doing all kind of activity within the domains, healthcare to the retail, educations to the manufacturing, finance to a software development, consumer service to a legal. So this is all industries, what we see everywhere the generative AI is being used today to enhance the productivity, what we talked about. Now let me dive you into a demos to kind of what I have been speaking so far, that practically how this is possible. As I said, we cannot be everywhere, so we'll go after the Microsoft AI service, and then we will look into the list of the models and try and use the models for our conversations that we are going to have based on the different use cases what we have been discussing so far. So let me take you there. So let me go back to my system here. So I'm already on the Microsoft Azure. So I can just start from the beginning. I close everything. So let me open a browser here and I go to the Microsoft Cloud platform where I can find those models that we talked about: GPT-4, GPT-4o, DAL-E. I have a couple of that I will delete those one that I can free my quota. So what I'm going to do first, as I said, we are going to go with the AI service from the Microsoft Cloud platform. So you can see that is the category called AI plus machine learning, the both we have been talking about now. So machine learning is a tool through which we can train a model. And once the model is being trained, so we can build the AI system based on the model. Because the brain behind the AI is nothing but a model which was trained in machine learning and deep learning using different algorithms. So under this category, we see a service called Azure OpenAI service. I can create this. I'll create a quick group. And I can select a locations where I want to deploy this service. I can deploy anywhere in the world. That is the name, my demo AI service 007. And remember that I will be given access to the model by creating this particular service. But when you start using the model, you have to pay. The conversation that we are going to have with the model is going to generate the response. The model is going to consume the prompt. And the model is going to calculate the number of word got processed by the model at the end of the conversations. That is going to be counted. The terminology used by the model called token. So one word equal to one tokens, roughly. But for English language, the 4 character equal to one token. So suppose I'm using this particular service under the standard, and I'm going to use a model like GPT-4. So how I'm going to pay? So I'm going to pay something like maybe 100 rupees for 1 million token that I can consume in my conversation. So like that, the pricing model got conceptualized while I'm using model through this particular API, OpenAI service. Service means is an API here. I'll keep going next and create this one. Okay, so that is deployment is successful. I can go to that particular resource. Once it is done, that is the service name that I have given at the time of creating. And I have deployed this service somewhere in the EastUS 2. You can see it. Now we can straight go to the a portal called AI Foundry portal from here. It's an independent portal to consume the model from this particular service. So first we can go to the model catalog here to see the list of the model from this AI Foundry portal. My service is being selected because my service will get me to access this particular model. So there are 35 models available that can be consumed from my service at this moment. But we do not know which model is going to do what kind of task, what kind of inferences. So I can just go and take a look. So primarily we are talking about for the conversations point of view at this moment. So how to build a chatbot or how to do the conversations with the model to do my day-to-day job. This is what I think I'm referring to. So in from the list, I can go and select. This is called chat completions that basically designed to do the conversations with the AI. Now, once you select this particular inference time, so we got to see some filtered models, like we got 17 out of 35. So these model is capable of delivering the system of conversations under the generative AI. That is what we have. But we do not know which model. So you have to spend some time and see the efficiency of this particular models. Suppose I go with the GPT-4o mini. This is one of the fastest model that I can make use of it because it's mini. I pick up that model and I want to go and deploy this model. Means before I consume the model, I have to deploy the model behind my service. My service is still selected on the top right corner of this particular portal. And we can learn more about this model when this model was created. Model was created sometime in October 23. The model is designed to do the chat completions. That is basically conversational AI that we talked about. And what this model is all about, what this model does. And we can go on and see that what this particular model language is being supported. So multiple language supported by this model. So I can basically interact with the model with my own language if this model understands. So it is not just an English language what we can see. So there are multiple languages supported by, in fact, the input can be in a form of text, input can be in a form of image, and input can be in a form of audios. So it's a kind of multi-model models who understand more than one data formats that you can actually go and give it to this particular model, GPT 4o mini, what we have seen at this moment. So then we can press the button called deploy. So this is going to be deployed in EastUS2, all good. So we can just go and deploy. And before we said, we talk about something called ethical use of AI. The AI is not going to be used in negative aspect. Like, today we talk about deepfake through which generative AI can create image or videos to impersonate a person, right? So that may not be the real person who speak in a particular videos, but through AI we can make it. And this is the negative use of the generative AI in today's context. So how to prevent this kind of activities? Out of the box, we can do it. by using this framework called the content safeties. All right. So this is just a one of the frameworks, the one of the responsible AI that we talked about, that your content will not go in a negative one. So you cannot deal with the content which will come under, which will be coming under a violence or a hate or a bias or a kind of, the sexual, or maybe, so this is not going to be entertained by this model that we are about to deploy, because this model is being protected by the content safety service out of the box. And that's how I'm saying that this particular platform is a state of art platforms in order to develop an enterprise AI system. It is being taken care of by looking at the compliance and governance of an app within your organization. So with that, we can go and deploy it. So deployment is done. So we can deploy more than one model. So I can go back again to the model catalog. And this time I'm going to select a different task. Suppose I want to generate an image, text to the image, or text to speech. So let me go with the text to image, DAL-E 2. That's what we talked about in my PPT, or DAL-E 3. So let me go with the DAL-E 3. So that is an advanced model. So try and deploy. Okay, so at this moment, the DALI 3 is not available in EastUS 2, but it is available in EastUS. That's fine. So I can go and deploy. So I'm going to have a different service altogether. So, and one will give me access to the GPT-4o mini. So I can go to the deployment here. And another service is going to give me an access to the DAL-E. So that is something that we can see, the DAL-E that already we see here. So I have a couple of more model that I have already deployed before. So I can still go ahead and make use of this. So I would go for the first one, the model that we deployed, the GPT-4 mini for the conversational AI implementation. Now this is just a model. So I need to get access to the model through an API. So for that, we need kind of application. So we are not here to build an application. So we get a ready-made applications from the playground, from the AI Foundry portal. So we go to the a playground by the name called chat. So I can click on that playground. This is the playground that we can see out there. And here we are ready to use this particular model. But before I go and use this model, so we have a system message to set the context for the model. Here we said you are an AI assistant that help you people find the information. GPT-4o mini model that we are accessing out here, which is basically deployed somewhere in the EastUS 2. So now I can start doing the conversations like this by writing a greeting. So it will greet me back, saying that's what we are saying. It's a use on a natural language, a human language. So it understands the intent of the conversations, accordingly its response. And the complete conversations context can be set by changing this particular system message. Like suppose you do not want this model to give you a very generic answer. So you want to make this model to play a particular role, and accordingly the model is supposed to answer. You can set it up by writing explicitly within that box the system message that currently we are looking at, to set the context, to set the tone, to set the role the LLM is going to play in the conversations with end user. Now, for an example, in the field of text generations and writing assistant, suppose if I want to use the generative AI in the field of text generations and writing assistant, so how am I going to use? So my scenario could be drafting a professional email to request a meeting. So how am I going to write? So I go and write a prompt like this. I said, compose a polite and concise email requesting a meeting with my supervisor to discuss my recent performance review. So this is all about the scenario that I'm talking about, drafting a professional email to request a meeting. So let's see how the model is going to generate this particular email. So here is the email that you, along with the subject, every possible component of the email is being generated by the LLM, based on the prompt. It's pretty quick and pretty simple that we see. Now in the same field, if I want to write, or if I want to write an engaging social media post, I want to post in the social media. So how to engage the customers? So I can just go and write something like this. Generate an engaging Instagram, the captions for promoting my new vegan bakery product. Right, so you are going to see the response coming in and the number of prompt in these conversations that is being counted here. You can go up to maximum response. In one response, you can go up to 800 token. The token hypothetically means approximately one word equal to one token, but in English language, the 4 character equal to one token. You can also do the summarizations in that context. You can basically write some kind of things here. Suppose if you write this, provide a brief summary of the attached quarterly sales report, for example. And highlight the key revenues, or maybe highlight the key features. So this LLM is expecting a file. So we have to upload the file along with the prompt. So there is a file upload that you can do. All right, so from here, it should be a custom file, because at this moment the all file is not going to be supported, but yes, you can always upload if the file is being supported by, so you can definitely upload, or you can go and get your data here also. I'll talk about that, how you can upload the data in a separate locations and bring it back. So at this moment, I will be supporting a JSON file. So all format is not being supported so far. So we can the summarizing rather than saying that I can go to a particular a page. Like for example, I can say a page. Okay, so here it is. Artificial intelligence solutions. So I can also give this URL and saying that write a summary from. So you can also do that. So it says I'm unable to access the external website directly. However, I can provide the general summary based on what I know about the Microsoft AI initiative. So this particular model has got the limit to go out of the current context to access the web and get, but it is possible. So I will change the model to a higher model. So then it will start using that. We are talking about the possibility under the context of the summaries, what we are discussing at this moment. Okay. And we can go and summarize the news article about the recent development and newly energy within the bulleted point. So this is also possible because this information is wide open in the internet. Right. So this is something is please provide the text or a key because we say the summarize this article. So it's understand. So it is asking for you have to provide this based on kind of yeah, I mean like this is all about, but we can also write something like this as an HR professional. So I'm writing this prompt here. So you are an HR specialist, the craft a job descriptions for junior data analyst role, including the key responsibility and skill. And we are also telling the response should be within 100 words. That is the restrictions that we are talking, giving it. So you can see the job descriptions of a data analyst. We talk about the coding also. You can generate the code also for the developers, for the software developer and debugging kind of use cases. So I can go and write this because I'm setting the system context here. So this is the code and explaining the code also. So we can go on and on in this context as far as content generations that we are talking about. Right now we can go to some kind of template that we see here. So if I go to the So I can, yes, so that is basically here we can, yeah, so the deployment is fine. So let me refresh this. So what we are learning at this moment, it's all about saying that it is depends on the prompt as far as generating the content that we can see. And anytime I go and restart my conversations, it will start a new session. So whatever the conversation that we had before, so the context has gone. So we can reset a new context by writing the instruction from the context here. So saying it, you are a marketing assistant. You generate only marketing content. So I can set it up a specific one. I go and save this new context. Now, if I started using, you see, I type hell only, but it is understand that yes, it is a kind of greeting, that it is the initial conversations that I am having with this particular model. And it started telling me under which context this particular model is going to do work with me. How can I assist you today? Your marketing needs, whether you need content, idea, social media strategies for promotional materials, I'm here to help. So this is a kind of, yeah, as I said, this is a kind of a trick, or maybe by setting the context to the LLM, setting the context to the LLM, that how this LLM understand the context, and subsequently it goes and responds accordingly. Now, like that, I have another model, dull E. So I can go to the dull E. This is the dull E we have deployed, and this was something like you can get a text to the dull E, and dull is supposed to generate the images. So I can go to the another playground. So previously I was in the chat. Now I'm going into image, or I have an audio, right? So these are different playground to generate the different type of content by using different models. So you can select the DALI 3 model that you have deployed sometime back. And now as a creative content creators, you can start creating content by writing a prompt. The content means in a form of images. Suppose I'm going to go and write the prompt like this. Okay, the sunset over a futuristic city space, vibrant colors and digital painting style. So let me generate this image. by using DAL-E3 model. This is also being backed by transformer architecture, which was created, which is trained at OpenAI, and now it is being made available from Microsoft ecosystem because Microsoft has engaged with the OpenAI by investing the R&D at the OpenAI. So this is the image got created. Now suppose you want a new image, you are not kind of convinced about the image, you want to recreate that image. So you can also recreate this image. And once you recreate, you will get a new image and it will try to fine tune the image that it was created before. So it would be always an original image that you are going to see every time. You might come up with the same prompt, but your eventually the image would be different. Right? So this is something what we can keep writings according to your need for the content creators. That is the one of the most powerful model that we can see to generate the content here. Once this content is being generated, you can download the content, you can make use of this content. So downloading is here itself. Right. Now you can see what could be the power of this particular model, and you can see the code also. If you're a developer, you can go and get access to the code. How am I supposed to write the code to generate that kind of? So you have an SDK that is open as your OpenAI SDK. And you are making a call to the model by using client object. It's an image.generate. And your prompt coming in as a prompt and the model who's supposed to generate. And the number of images that you would like to create is 1. You can increase the number also. So in one go, you can create multiple images. And bringing back the image URL as a return after these activities. So you have incorporate a kind of package in the Python called as your OpenAI. Right? So we are dealing with the two. The last point, like for example, so I can go back and change this. Saying it, you are a travel assistant. You assist. You help by providing travel related information. So I have changed the context of this particular model. So I apply the change. And then I can start doing the conversations here. So here we say automatically your greeting message has changed. How can I assist you to travel a plan today? So I am Vic, list me few hotel to stay. So it will go to that particular model. So whatever the model knows at the time of training, so you can see the list of hotels is being picked up about the knowledge they have. One minute. Okay. So now what I'm saying here, so I can see now if this particular prompt has given me the informations which is known to this model, the at the time of training the model, maybe they fit those informations. Now it is, but I do not want this. Suppose, so I may be a tour operator or a travel agent. So if the people come via the travel agent chatbot and ask the same questions, you are not supposed to give this generic list. We can give a very specific list of hotel that particular travel agent is associated with. So we need to control the generic response to a specific one that is in context of the business that we do. So what we can do in this, so we can get our own data. So there is a section called add your own data. But to add your own data, you have to create few services. First, you have to go and upload the document. Suppose the first service that you are going to create is a storage where you can go and upload that document where the list of hotel is being. This is the storage account that I can create this. STUS2. So I have to select in STUS2 and I go to my say right. So I will be selecting the default stuff here. And I'll go quickly create my storage where I can upload a document. So my document would be somewhere here. This is the PDFs that talks about the 3 hotels from the Dubai, right? So when somebody is going to ask GPT-4, oh, the model only pick up this list of hotels because so I'm actually providing my data. This is called as a retrieval augmented generations in context of generative AI. So my storage got created. I have to upload this document into the storage, but before that I'll create a container. So I'm going to keep the data inside the container by uploading that particular PDF, that is the Dubai PDF. I need to create another service who can find the data from the document and give it to the LLM to craft the response. That is called AI search. So here also I can say demo. So I'll go and create this. This is also done. So now we can come back to my playground from where we have started and going into the add data source. I can go and pick up my storage where I have uploaded this particular document. And I have to pick up my service who can find the relevant data semantically from that documents from this particular service. And this data would be indexed. It become easy to find the semantic information. So I can say my index. And the rest of the things I will keep as a default here. And I will be configuring the new setup for my conversation. So this is the progress, the processing the data. Okay, and it is done at this moment. So, and now we are going to write the same prompt that we have written some time back. I copy the same prompt. So what was the response from the previous prompt that we can see it? So now I should get a different response because now the response is going to be controlled by my document. My prompt is not changed, but my response is going to change because we have got a different configurations altogether. We are providing our own data and we are precisely going to get the 3 hotel name that was displayed in that document. Right, so if I open this document one more time, so you can see the 3 hotel name here. And now the generative AI model has give the same hotels. So the data which is being stored inside the AI search is being semantically retrieved and give it to the models and model has crafted. Okay, and then work with this accordingly. So this is what has happened so far. So the essentially what we need to understand here. So the model that I am talking about, whether it is creating a text or an image that is always can give a context. That always being given a context through which they can learn and respond instantly out of the box. So before we wind up this session, so I quickly go into this AI Foundry and where we can find the list of model that I talked about. So these are the list of model that has come from. So if you see approximately 2000 models available, we have been using the model which can be accessed through an Azure OpenAI. But beyond that, also we can get access to this model also. You can see the list of the model out here. Right. So in fact, if you want to see the who all are, who has actually trained the model and published through the Microsoft ecosystem. And these are the list of vendors like Mistral AI, Meta, formerly known as a Facebook, right? So NVIDIA. So this is all coherent. So these are very, very prominent player in the field of generative AI. So today, if I go and say I want a model from the Meta, I can select the Meta. So I can see only the model from the list of, and then I can go and select the industries: consumer good, financial service, health and lives, manufacturing and mobility. Suppose I go with the consumer good. So I don't have any model, then we can go back and select all. Right? So I may be selecting from, so maybe Hugging Face is going to give me, because there you can find the most of the model. Right? So if I find some model, so I can go and select this model, or maybe I can just select some manufacturing. So here we can get to see the model out there. So you got a model for to deal with the supply chain. So you can go and find this model specifications here. As an end user, we are not supposed to develop any model, but we can always consume the model by deploying this model. So it means the adapted AI model for supply chains, trade regulations analysis. So it means all the nitty-gritties around the supply chain is known to this particular model. So we can create a conversational AI by deploying the model, but you may not get an out of the box. You can go and deploy the model under a project. This is a long process, but what I'm trying to tell you here, so it is not necessarily the model that is being accessible within the Azure OpenAI service. You can go back to the AI Foundry where you can find the list of model that is being curated by multiple vendors, and that can be categorically fetched based on your need by the domains and their activities and deploy it, and then you can get access from applications out there. Now, when you talk about this, all kind of the prompting that we have been kind of using, suppose I can go back again there into my service. So here I can see the deployment. This is the deployment that we saw at this moment. And if I go and again go back to my playground, the last thing, so if you want more control on the response of this particular models, you can go and set some values to the parameters. The one of the most important parameter is called temperature. The temperature value can be 0 and 1 in between. So the value towards the 0 is going to create more concrete response, but value towards the 1 will go and generate more dynamic response, more innovative response. So as an end user, you can just set those values to the parameter. In fact, you can also set up the maximum response token. Like, as I said, token is the key in the conversation because that goes to the pricing model. So you do not give a free hand to the models when they will generate the response. So you can restrict the number of token that you want to use in every response in a conversation, not beyond 800. Yeah, so that is something what we can. So these are the few things as an end user that you need to know at the end of the day. The two things, what is AI and what AI can do, mainly from the generative AI point of views. It is all about creating content by writing prompt. There is one more thing that is called prompt engineering because the crafting the prompt is an art. So you have to tell everything with clarity. So you have to set the context like we did. We can give example along with the prompt, how the LLM can respond to your prompt by telling example, by giving example along with the prompt also. Right. So this is also possible by giving an example how they should learn from the example and subsequently they can give the response. So these are the bit of the use cases, and based on the use cases, you can craft your prompt to get it done. Right. So I think that that's all for today's this webinar. So I'm winding off here. So if you have any questions so far, you can put the questions in the team chat. And I would like to thank everyone for joining these sessions to get insight to the generative AI in context of the end user, that you can go back and get access to the platforms and start writing prompt with your own context and get response through which you can enhance your productivities because you will be using assistant, not by doing everything on your own. All right. So with that, I'm winding off. So if you have any questions, so please go ahead and ask questions. Thanks once again. And please do fill the feedback that is being shared to you. Suv, are you there? Yeah. Yeah.
Yes,
So
sir.
you are not going to get the certificate. So there's a question. So certificate. So can you take it from now?
Yes, sir. It will be informed if the certificate will be given or not. Mostly it will be given to you. We will inform you about this within 1 to 2 working days. Thank you so much, everyone. And please don't forget to give your feedback before leaving. Thank you so much. Have a good day. Once you are done with your feedback, you can end the meet. Thank you so much.
Thanks for conducting informative session. Bye everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks once again. Bye.